Yo, what's up, Triunes Grace? Sorry if I fucked up your name. You're the first one this morning. Goddamn, you fast as fuck. Wait a minute, that's not the right horse. I still haven't leveled that other horse. Maybe I should do that first today. Oh, still on her. I was like, where's my Prion? But I had another saddle laying around. Oh, yeah, it's in my character's inventory. Didn't pop up because I accidentally put 1D. Think you're so goddamn funny, don't you? Don't you, Dragor? Think you're so goddamn funny. By the way, did you figure out that whole combo thing while you were doing so little damage at first? Or were you actually just trolling me? You actually do no damage? Well, you weren't doing any damage at first, and then you were actually doing okay damage. So, I think it was a crit buff thing. I don't know if Sorks have trouble keeping the crit buff up, but... Do I have oh yeah, I do have consumables popped. I was missing some though. We're gonna quickly get this horse to level 15 and then we're gonna Imperial it. Yeah, to reinstall, that's weird. AOS tomorrow, that's right. Woo woo! Yeah, it's gonna be fun this season in Solaire. I'm hoping I'll be content if I manage to get 200 games in. Assuming it's a 6-week season, 200 games. That's like 30 games a week. 35 games a week, right? 34 games a week. So that's like what? 6 days a week. Like 6 games a night? Oh. Yeah, I think I could do that. Because that's probably about, an hour and a half worth of games, 2 hours, depending on, like, delays and stuff. Breaks in between. And then there'll be obviously some days where it'll be easy to get 2 hours in. So they'll make up for the days where I don't. Yeah, 200 games in is what I'm going to aim for. Ratings are going to be a lot lower this season. A lot lower. Getting Incarnate is going to actually be a big fucking deal. With how little points you actually earn per win, and the ways they've adjusted streaking, and the placement games too are not going to be nearly as impactful. There we go. 10 more levels to go. We're probably like 20% of the way there. We got sprint already. Sweet. Oh, that's my music. I thought that was Biceps for a second. I didn't realize Little V did a cover of this song. Be able to just... Wait, do I even need to level this horse to Imperial it? Maybe I don't. What do I need to do, though, the horse treasure item? I might be doing this for no reason. Let's see. Black Desert Wagon Treasure Item. The treasure items, Black Desert Foundry. Okay, here we go. Rare attach could be attached to your wagon. Okay. So it's for Imperial delivery on Dream and Mythical horses. There's a chance to get a 20% chance to get the Phalite fragment. Okay, the best way to obtain Phalite fragments is by delivering dream horses. Since it's a 20% chance of giving you each time, you can purchase a dream horse from the market for 10 to 13 billion silver each, then deliver them to Imperial NPC. You need 4 fragilites. Okay, it just says to Imperial them. It doesn't say anything about... Let's see. We'll just run back to the other stable. Because it's probably specific crystals. It's not like full damage crystals. Can I... Is there a way to inspect a trial character? Did I see what... Wait, whoa, did I see what? Oh, you're talking to Mage. We'll see if I can Imperial this. Ooh, 10 armor. Let's go. Tomorrow's another day of clicking. We are 3 successes away from being able to do Caphras the following week, so... As long as I see the needle move every week, I'll be happy. Mathematically, we should get 1 click every week. 1 success every week. Right? 30% chance with 4 stones. It's in our favor. Technically, it's getting 1 every 4 stones is below average. Maybe this week will be the first fucking week ever where I get more than 1 in a week. Yeah, let's see if I can Imperial this thing. I don't think I can until 15. No. I do have to finish leveling it up. I had a feeling. Here she comes. Boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. I don't want to move those. I just keep these on this character. I only ever use this character for that crap anyways. Olvia candy canes, huh? Beautiful. Hurry up. Do I not have a proper food buff rolling? Oh, it's just a seafood cron. Did the seafood cron overwrite it? Fugars. What am I fugaring for? Fugar? Oh yeah, these guys too. Shit. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Wait, did I see another two in there? Not Frugar. Fugar. Oh. Fugar. Huh? Boom. That'll speed things up. Yeah, I got the pets. Pop one of these too. I got the artifacts on. Everything's good. Everything's great. Oh, let's turn around before we go. We'll head out to the Port of Etheria. How's my mastery anyways? Almost 2,600. Has Norelio streamed since the Deadeye nerfs? Since the announcement of the Deadeye nerfs, I guess? Let's see, videos... 6 days ago. No, he hasn't, has he? He's probably practicing Solaire. Delicious Jap... What do I need that for? I don't need that shit. Oh, never mind. Mount XP. Why do I have so much of that shit? Yeah, I'll totally take Mount XP. Never mind. Boink. You gonna see him on Awakened Zerk? I mean, Awakened Zerg's probably a hell of a lot easier than it used to be, right? So maybe. The thing is Norelio has a class type. He plays classes that'll kill you standing, right? Whether it was Suckdrak, whether it was Sucksage, Deadeye. He has a class type. He wants classes that'll kill you standing. He doesn't want classes that have to catch. So I couldn't see him playing a whole lot of Zerg. I could see it being something he fucks around with on an alt account. I think maybe... I think the most likely thing is he goes back to Sucksage. I think with the grab nerfs and the click to move nerfs, I think Sucksage will do... It won't feel as oppressed by grabs on the other team. Especially, I think there'll be significantly less Zerks this season, too. Still got to deal with the ninjas and kunos and the other range grabs, but they always had to deal with that. I play the same class as ever. I don't know if he would play... Nerv's class type is victim. Is Deadeye a victim? Was Sucksage a victim when he was on it? You gotta remember, when he hopped on a lot of these classes, they were fucking busted. They were just killing people standing. They made people victims. Yeah, I should repair the saddle. Thanks for the heads up. Norelio leaves classes once they become victims. So... I mean, he probably signed up, though. Now that I think about it, he probably signed up for the tournament as a Deadeye, right? So... maybe he'll stick with it until after the tournament. Just so he doesn't get, like, rusty with it. Back in the saddle? Yeah. I keep forgetting to level this thing, and if I don't do it, I'm just never going to get it done. I just got to get it to 15, then we're going to Imperial it. See if we can get our thing. At this point, I don't even know if it's fucking worth it to be doing this. It makes me think that maybe I should just buy T9s, like, and just hand them in. But it's not even worth doing until I get the rare item from Imperials, right? And I don't even horse train, so... Why can I not remember how to pull up the stable? They change all this shit on me. Here we go, horse market. So, dream horses... from level 15. It's like a 20% chance. And I think they Imperial for like, what, 7 or 10? So you lose like a few bill a pop. The amount of time it's taken me to level this little fucker up. Yeah. I think if I want that wagon item, I need to get back to horse training every night. And then when I eventually get the one item from handing in Imperial steeds, which is pretty rare because it's like a 5% chance to get an Imperial steed, and then I think like a 20% chance to get it from the Imperial hand-in, right? Imperial Steed. Imperial Seed sells for 120. No, I'm not trying to get XP. Every time I get like all the free things for horse clicks, I just use those, and you know, occasionally I get one. And then, like, once I have a dream horse, I'm like, well, I might as well level it up and have a chance to get one of the 4 things I need. Horse train during lunch, call it a day. I forget, though. I forgot last time. We're almost level 10, which means we're probably about halfway to 15 because of the way the levels scale. Which means we probably have like another fucking 20 minutes of horse training. We need instant excel, and then I can manually do it quicker. I mean, I guess technically I do still manually run faster. Drago, remember back in the day, every montage in every video game had this song in the fucking background. I swear. Everybody thought they were going so hard with this song. And they kind of beat it to death. I just can't get into it the way I originally did when I first heard it. Because it was just beat to fucking death. Blue talking about me? Oh, who cares? Everybody's entitled to their opinions. I don't know if it's a good opinion, I don't know if it's a bad opinion, but it's still his opinion. Okay, I decided to indulge myself and listen, and yeah, he's wrong. Blue Squadron, pay to win easily the amount of gear he needs to kill me. The difference between he and I is like 1 AP at this point. He technically has more DP. Blue technically outgears me now. He could very easily kill anybody in the game if he got okay with this class. Yeah, I got the celerity drafts. Are they being popped? Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean that's on his take? His take is if you don't pay to win, you will never kill. That's not true either. Take a look at Huntler. Huntler is the perfect example. Whenever I hear people like the Dragors of the game complain about being outgeared, I direct them to Huntler. That man doesn't touch mobs, and he outgears the majority of the population. He doesn't swipe, he doesn't touch mobs. He does his weeklies, and he gets node war bags. "99% of the time, Huntler's rod is in the water, and he's doing his weeklies. And then probably the last 10-15% of his income is from like siege and like a siege bag when we get a siege bag and a node war bag, which is probably like an extra 10 bill a week. So like if you've been playing as long as Dragor has been, as much as like so many people, like there's people since before Perlibus took over publishing, since before the servers were merged, they've been playing, and they're gearlets. And I'm like, how? How? You don't have to play even the fucking game to be geared. Your shit could be sitting in the tray 99% of the time. You should be well over. You should be like 830 gear score if you've been on this game that long. At this point, it is negligence. You are bad at managing your time. There is no excuse for anybody who's been playing this game for more than a year to be a gearlet. Total monster killed, 2.7 million. I bet you Huntler is half that. I would be surprised if he was half that, Dragor. Let me at Huntler. Maybe I can get him to show. Where is he? Yeah. People are just bad at managing their time. And it's crazy because it's not even like you have to manage active time. You have to manage your AFK time. That's it. Make sure your rod is in the water. Make sure you have a weekly group. And that is such a massive amount of income every week from that alone. Yeah, Worker Empire, that's a lot more work than the other things, but once you do get it set up, then it runs itself. You can do it while fishing? Well, no, you gotta roll workers.
I highly doubt that when Choice was saying a free-to-play player can easily kill a whale, he was referring to somebody who just came back to the game a month ago. Unless he specifically said that. I highly doubt he said that. I think Blue is injecting that into Choice's statement. There's no way Choice said
that. I'd have to watch the Choice clip. Should be pretty easy to find. Although I guess it's Blue reacting to a Choice clip. Let's see. I'm sure I could probably find it. We're just sitting here anyways, horse training, so. Let's see, Black Desert, clips, choices in the Adania fight. So all I gotta do is look for the checkered background, or he's spectating the Adania fight. Actually, if I go to Choice's channel, it'll probably be easier to find. Now that I think about it. Let me see the context of what Choice said. Because that's important. Not what Blue's saying. The context of what Choice said is what's important. Okay, clips. Since Blue is reacting to Choice. Okay, here we go. XD. I see a checkered border. Or checkered background. Oh, wait. No. Oh, no. This isn't the Adonius fight. This is them just fighting open world. Popular clips. Top 7 days. Here. Yeah, once again, I'm not interested in Blue reacting to Choice until I have the actual context of what Choice said. And I want to see more than just the 30-second clip or 5-second clip. Okay, Idania EU. No, that's... It's annoying that these are sorted by views and not sorted by date. Is there a way to sort it by date? No. I can filter by date, but it doesn't sort it by date, which is kind of annoying. It'd be better if I go to the Black Desert category. Okay, top 7 days. I can't find the clip. Maybe it was just Blue watching Choice's stream during the Adania fight. Maybe it wasn't actually a clip. Yeah, let's see. Who else did? What do you mean, no, it doesn't? Well, wait, what does it mean Blue say no, it doesn't? Fluo swiped an absurd amount of money for his gear and he got taken out by Chaos Silence. See, like, he's injecting his own opinion into it right there. He's saying, and if you're a Therian Geared, we're not talking about a Therian Geared, we're talking about the top of the top. The tippity top there. Yeah, that's a bad take. That is a bad take. Choice made no mention of somebody Aetherian geared. I still think it's ridiculous that you could swipe your way to be able to. You can swipe that heavily to compete with the people who have been grinding their asses completely off. Like the fact that I've grinded how many mobs? And I'm ineligible to participate. But there's some people out there who have swiped like crazy and they're eligible to participate. That's my biggest problem. Not to toot my own horn, but I think it's pretty safe to say that I'm one of the most dedicated people to this game. And the fact that I'm ineligible to participate in that fight, but there are people who have whaled who are eligible, is insane. But that doesn't mean that those people are going to beat me. Now, Fluos is a good player, right? So, he's a swiper and a good player. But he's not guaranteed to win because he swipes. Which fight are you talking about? Basically, all the Adania fights, really. No, I think gear is perfectly fine. I think having uncapped gear required content is perfectly fine. I think it's good to have a combination of both. You need things to motivate people to grind and get their characters stronger, and you need areas where people can showcase. And this is the thing. People want to say, like, oh, Trials is the best show of skill. No, it isn't. There are different classes that scale at different levels. Remember the original trial gear, how low the gear was, right? Your AP and your DP was really low. And then you would take a class like Warrior in there, who got an absolutely fuckload of DR and a decent chunk of AP through self buffs, and they would dominate in trials. There was a period of time where Warrior was one of the strongest trial characters because all of its self buffs were so proportionally high relative to the gear in there. So, of course, every warrior loved challenging you to trials. Let's go trials, let's go trials. Because you would have to catch them like 3 fucking times before you could kill them. Where they could catch you once and blow your ass up. And they would complain. They would claim that, oh, it's the best way to show skill in the game. It's like, no, it favors you. And yes, Uncapped also favors new classes. There are classes that scale where completely differently. Where at lower gear levels, they don't really do so well. And then at higher gear levels, they fucking take off like a fucking jet. There is no single game mode in here that is balanced. And people need to recognize that. Now, I think Solaire gear is the closest. And it feels like they're kind of moving away from it too. They're doing good things and they're doing bad things with Solaire gear. Solaire gear is nice because you can lean into the strengths of your class because you have options, right? But it seems as time goes on, they're removing more and more options from Solaire, and we're eventually all going to be stuck in one set of gear. Because I swear, there used to be way more options than there is now. The best butt scratch? Yeah, the sword. 2 more levels, chat, and then we're fucking done with this stupid-ass horse. Let's run out to Sangrain. Yeah. Yeah, all games. There's some games that are more balanced than others, but there's no game that's, like, fucking perfectly balanced. The primary difference, at least in Counter-Strike, though, correct me if I'm wrong, but everybody has access to the same guns. So yeah, across guns, it's not balanced, but it's not like you're picking a class and now you're excluded from the best guns, right? But in regards to games where you actually pick a class and you're locked into a toolkit based on that class choice, there's not a single game out there that's balanced. Not one. Not one. That's why, and Divios and I had a whole conversation on this on stream many, many times. Expecting PA to perfectly balance all the classes is a fool errand. It'll never happen. Take a look at any game out there with any type of class diversity. There is no such thing as balance. What you need to do is address the outliers, at least, right? The ones that are super overpowered, the ones that are super underpowered. Try to get them as close to the median as possible. But also shift balance around, right? Make sure the meta's always changing. Because the game becomes super boring when you're stuck in the same meta for a whole fucking year. When you have to deal with a year of Suck Wizard meta, the game feels like absolute shit. You have to make sure it's always changing. WoW does it? WoW does what? Shift the balance? Or did you say that WoW is balanced? Because I promise you, you go to the WoW community and you ask them, do you feel everybody's balanced? You ask basically anybody from any class and they're going to say, no, that class is broken. This class is broken. I'm not sure which of my few comments there you're responding to. But I guarantee you, if it isn't, if you're trying to imply that WoW is balanced, which I don't think you are, but if you are, I bet if you went to the WoW community, you would have a whole bunch of different answers to that about why it's imbalanced and what classes need to be adjusted. If you can ask a gaming community what is meta right now, the game is not balanced. And that's the thing is, there's a difference between meta and OP. Metas are actually fine. If you want class diversity, right? For example, ask yourself, is rock, paper, scissors balanced? everybody has an equal amount of counters. Everybody has one class they counter and one class they don't counter. Rock, paper, scissors is balanced. Now imagine if we had a game, imagine BDO had 3 classes, rock, paper, scissors. If the majority of the population is playing rock, that means more people are going to start playing scissors, are going to stop playing scissors and start playing paper. Because if you're playing scissors and the majority of the population is playing rock, then you're going to be getting your ass beat more often than you're beating ass, right? So you're going to say, well, fuck this. Fuck these scissors losers. I'm going to stop playing, I forgot what our origin point was. But I'm going to stop playing what's being countered, and I'm going to start playing what's countering, right? You're going to re-roll from paper to rock to counter the scissors people. And now all of a sudden there's a ton of people playing rock. Well, all of those people who are playing scissors are now, fuck these rock losers, I'm going to play paper. And then all of a sudden the population shifts to being paper. Now, all the people who are getting their ass beat on rock are going to re-roll to scissors to counter paper. And it's a circular system, right? It's a cycle that people move through. And that's what a meta is, right? Where the majority of the population is playing this, so people start shifting to the new meta, which counters the old meta. And then the new meta is established, and all of a sudden, people need to get ahead of that. That's how a meta works, right? And that's okay. Populations shift. It means your game has class diversity. It means your classes are probably more interesting, especially when you have more than just 3 classes. When something's overpowered, it defies that meta, right? It doesn't care whether the majority of the population is rock, paper, or scissors. I'm dynamite, bitch. Fuck you all. That's when something's overpowered. That's when there's a problem. And that's why it's important for PA to they need to aim for reasonable balance to make sure there is never a dynamite in that situation. But in regards to when things are appropriately balanced, keyword appropriately, they got to make sure they're shifting it around. They're doing constant changes. So maybe your class is the underdog today, but maybe the next season your class is, got a slight advantage. And it's constantly changing. Because if it's changing rapidly, people no longer feel the desire to try to chase it because they know it's going to come back around. They would rather master their class for when it comes back around. But right now we have situations in BDO where it's not rotating, it's not actively changing. You could be on a shitty class that's been a shitty class for 4 fucking years and counting, if not more. And that feels miserable, right? If you had a favorite class and you knew it was only a matter of time before it came back around to you, most of the time you could reasonably compete and you could bridge the gap in skill most of the time when your class is the underdog, but you knew it eventually loop back around to you. And it was beneficial to you to stay on your class and master it for when it loops back around, more people would stay on their classes instead of trying to chase the meta. But people don't enjoy just getting their ass beat for years on end because PA has completely ignored their class and their class has become irrelevant. Okay, one more level, chat. One more level. 56% more. Took us almost an hour to level this shit up. Yeah, perfect is impossible to balance. Exactly. What they need to do, and Alt 4, in response to your question, is instead of... You got to think, right? When you're balancing, you're trying to get these classes that you deem that are overpowered or underpowered. You're trying to adjust them so they fit more into the existing environment, right? And the best way to do that is to do minor changes to those classes. Excuse me. The biggest issue with PA is they will do no class changes for half a year, and then all of a sudden, they will change like 10 different classes at once. And now, you're not getting any more closer to balance because you're changing the whole environment. You don't know what the environment is you're adjusting these classes for because you made so many changes that it's changed the environment at the same time as changing those classes. What PA needs to do is do constant changes. Every month there should be like 4 classes that get maybe 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom that are underperforming and overperforming, right? And do minor changes to those classes to try to get them as close to what they think the environment is at that time. And then maybe take a deep dive into one class every month. You're never going to have it perfectly balanced, but you got to know the environment you're trying to balance for if you want to get it reasonably balanced. And reasonable is the key word. So this way you don't create a situation like that rock, paper, scissors situation that I painted where all of a sudden there's a 4th entry that's dynamite that beats all 3. Like, people try to act like every single Solaire season is worse than the last. But the only reason why they feel that way is because they're immediately in the recent season. The old seasons have faded into the background. They don't remember as avidly how frustrated they were with whatever was broken in those old seasons. Season 1 was like, I think, Musa and Suck DK. Second season was Suck Megu and Suck Sage, and then later on the Mana Drain Meiwa. Season 3 was Mana Drain Meiwa until like the last 2 weeks of the season when it got nerfed. Zerkers thrived through every season. People bitched and complained about it. Season 4, people bitched and complained about, I think it was Awakened Drac and a little bit with Scholar, even though it didn't catch on, but its HP block was really shitty. And once again, Zerker, I think, went crazy in Season 4. Season 5 was Awakened Sage, right? Every season has its bullshit, and it's equally as bullshit. And every season moving forward will continue to have its bullshit.
This next season is going to have bullshit. It's probably going to be Scholar if people get caught up with it. Archer, is going to be significantly more competitive this season. So there's every season is gonna have its BS. If you're not gonna play because of BS, then you're never gonna play. You just gotta
keep at it. Wait, did my horse level? Why did I stop? I completely forgot why I ran here. Oh shit, we need 5% more. Let's do laps around Hydel to get this last 5%. Where do you grind out this last 22% to 66? Wherever you want. Don't worry so much about level. We should be leveled up before we get back to the stable in the front. Easily. Yeah. Next tick, we level up. There we go. Now let's go Imperial this bad boy. Yeah, there we go. Now we can Imperial Horse Delivery. Only 6 bill? God damn. Oh. No. I didn't get the item. Again. Didn't know I do life skilling. Very, 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 very little of it. All the life skilling gear I have is a means to an end. So when I do have to life skill for one reason or another, it minimizes the amount of time I have to do it. That's why I life skill. Or that's why I have life skill and gear. But yeah, back to what kind of got us. We kind of weaved a lot in that conversation from the original topic, which was the blue comments about choices comments. Choice by no means said it's easy for a free to play player. Right? Chaos has obviously put in an absolute fuckload of work. But it shows that it's not impossible, right? The Lightstone combos are the best these days. Depends on the situation you're in. If you want more survivability, there's options. If you want more damage, there's options. For PvE, there's a variety of options depending where you're grinding. Nothing's really changed. It appears on the screen you accept the Imperial turn-in next to the Imperial training tokens. I don't understand what that means. Okay, let's get to the grind. Most people didn't use all-out attack before either. All-out attack was very rarely the best option. Before and after the changes. People typically took all-out attack because it was one of the most rounded options. They didn't want to have to invest in 5 different species setups for different grind spots. So they took all-out attack because it was like 99% of the value or 98% of the value of the specific spots. What's up, mind capacity? Oh, what's this? Oh, you mentioned this earlier, and I glazed right over it. A little FFA bot? Yo. That's kind of sick. So this way, when it comes time for a guild to free-for-all for the last slots of people who didn't show up, they could just use that instead. I think in order for that to work, though, you'd have to make a rule, right? Because normally there's like, let's say you have a fight with 100 people who are accepted for the fight, and then 5 don't show up. You got to basically put a rule that once the FFA announcement pops up, you're no longer eligible for your spot anymore. And even if you come in at the very last second, right? Like 5 seconds after the FFA announcement, and you were originally one of the people picked, your spot is forfeit. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a situation where somebody shows up at the very last second, the FFA announcement goes out, Like, let's say the 5 people get selected, but one of the original holders of that spot quickly take it. Which is, I guess it's whatever. I guess you don't necessarily have to tell them they can't get it. If they get it, they get it at the last second. I don't even know why. That's pretty cool, though. I like that. I think there's a lot of value to that. Oh shit! I think I trained overnight without my XP stuff on. I should get back to fishing overnight. Now that the 1000% in the training thing is over. Like, how much did I even gain last night? I did like 18 hours of dummying from when I ended the stream yesterday till today. Let's see, videos. No, videos. Yesterday I finished at 12 to 30. I gained half, half of. Shut up, Zethian. Fuck. God damn it, I'm fucking yelling on stream. I talk too loud. Holy shit. No wonder why people think I'm yelling. What was I gonna say? Fuck. Half of half of 1/10 of a percentage. So 1/20th of a percentage. In 18 hours of dummying. Yeah, they gotta go back to AFK fishing overnight. I don't think it's worth it to dummy when there isn't an event. It's such a small, minuscule amount. Right now. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna load up all the paddocks paint. Because now that we're gonna do it, we're gonna actually have it drop. Because then the extra paint will be wasted. That's what the game's waiting for me to just say fuck it and get it all in there. Oh yeah, definitely AFK fishing and workers for sure. It's just such free passive income that adds up quite quickly. You don't need to even invest a lot into the fishing setup. The workers gather things like ore and like a whole bunch of stuff that people use for various life skills. I did register for the PvP tournament, yeah. Speaking of which, I haven't checked the challenge today to see if maybe they've added NA in there yet. No, still only the KR matches. Yep. And that, you know, let's just take 250 mil a day too. Let's be super, super conservative with it, right? That's still like 2 bill a week. You know, it's 100 bill a year. Shit adds up fast. What am I using my paint on? The Paddocks piece. There's no reason to. I have all the treasure items that I can get with the paint. But I just thought it would be funny if I managed to get a second treasure, second merchant ring. I'm capped for drop rate. Don't need 10 buff. This is a Giga Scroll right here. What's up, Maverick? If ads really bother you, Choosy, I highly recommend getting Twitch Turbo. Then you don't have to worry about watching ads on anybody's channel. Extremely good value if you spend a lot of time on Twitch. You have a shortcut to it? Well, you can pin in this menu. And this number there signifies the number you press. So for me, I just hit escape 1 and it instantly pulls it up. They do plan, I don't know if they actually have done yet, where you can set a hotkey for an individual spec within that window as well. But I don't know if they've added that yet to the hotkeys. I mean, it's super easy to see, right? If you just go to settings, quick hotkeys, and just look through here. I'm sure the all-in-one presets will eventually make their way in here. That's what they intend to do. There's crystal presets. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have the all-in-ones in there yet. I'm really curious to see how crazy stacks go tomorrow. I think they're going to go crazy tomorrow. Unless some event pops up tonight. Although I guess KR would have already got their patch, so we could kind of see what events, right? KR would have got their patch last night. Anybody know if there was any type of event or anything for stacks? Yeah, no, I'm talking stacks. The stacks are climbing on practically every region. I guess I haven't checked every region. I shouldn't necessarily say that, but. And next week tomorrow they're gonna go even crazier. Because not only are people gonna get their regular Adonia clicks, which is putting more demand than there is supply on the stack market. There's just a massive stock to chew through, which has been being chewed through pretty rapidly week over week. Thanks, babe. But, everybody who participates in Solaire is about to get a huge stimulus package of bronze. So people are going to be clicking like crazy, and a lot of people are going to need to replace their stacks as they hit deck accessories and tap their armors. Highest stack I seen the AOS pass was 170. Yeah, that's not really that big of a deal. That's like one of your lower clicks these days. There's some people who only AOS and they barely ever grind, and they're going to get like, you know, potentially 80,000 crons tomorrow, and they're going to have a ton of shit that they're going to start clicking on, and they're going to need to replace those stacks. They probably won't even have the silver to replace the stacks, but they're certainly going to try. Although they might have a pretty good supply of stacks laying around. At least up to 200s. God, my throat is so phlegmy this morning. Yeah. Yeah, Corgi's a perfect example of somebody who might end up needing to buy like 3 or 4 or 5 300 stacks, right? Because I'm pretty confident he probably has 2,000 wins and he's going to get a fuckload of crons. He plays quite a bit of AOS. Yeah, this is perfect timing. My wife just brought me breakfast. Orgy's broke as fuck, isn't he? Yeah. I don't know if he has enough to buy the stacks. Trying to remember if Corgi plays top 100 every season. Because if he has, then you could go through and see how many wins he has. By using Velia 4. But yeah, even with all those crons, I don't know if he's going to have the money for the stacks. It's been down, really? Huh. Mm-mm. 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 Delicious. It was just some over easy eggs with some fried bologna. Okay, what were we saying? If you press Alt LMB, are you talking about this on your tent? What are you talking about? Oh, on the tent icon. Oh yeah. That's already a thing. That's just to bring out your tent. All right. I already have a thing for that. Is that what somebody asked? Maybe somebody asked how I put down my tent. Yeah. Or you could, instead of using your tent, you can just go to escape. Settings. And quick hotkeys. Probably the menu you're talking about, right? List all. Oh, this is only tent-oriented stuff. And yeah, this isn't your all-in-one presets. That's your UI presets. Which is also in this window. See? Same ones. Yeah, you can easily change. Boom. See? Boom. Look at that. Very quickly, you can change the preset. I forgot about Agent Russ. Does he no longer stream on Twitch? Oh yeah, there he is. He just randomly popped up in my YouTube feed, and I was like, huh. Nice that these Shadow Knights don't leash nearly as easily as they did before. I accidentally fucked these up. I didn't realize I turned them all off yesterday. No, they still haven't. And it seems like there's a pretty comparable amount of participants in KR compared to NA too. Like, it's not a massive deviation, so maybe they're trying to be super secretive of it. Maybe they're on to us being on to them, and they're doing that shit with pen and paper, and then they're gonna just do it last minute. We still gotta hit the dojo too, Calb. I really gotta find a time in the evening. Hit you up. That's true. That's a big true. Actually, where's Cowboy at? Cowboy, what did you sign up for? I wonder if Cowboy has a gear to sign up. He probably doesn't. Never mind. I think I just had a whole ass conversation with myself there. Maybe like 30 minutes to an hour before Node War. I might have a time tonight, actually, around that time. Maybe even a little bit earlier than that. Normally, my wife actually, I don't have to pick her up on Wednesdays. Normally. I just have to go pick up my daughter at like 7:45, so like an hour and 15 minutes before Node War. So, if I end up not having to go grab my wife, I'll message you and see if you're around. You think Sucksork and Awaken is awful? Yeah, I know nothing about Sork, so I don't know if that's true or not. I heard Sucksork's kind of busted these days, but that doesn't necessarily mean it does well into Awaken Sork. Yeah. I don't know if you were here yesterday, Kel, but I did some duels with Dragor there on his Awakened Sage, and I came to the realization that if I want to actually get some serious reps in, I gotta fight a real Sage. I was desperately hoping that I could bait Awakened Sage grab with a Core Riftstorm. But yeah, that Core Riftstorm is just so fucking bad. What do you mean? Dragar beat you 10-7 last week? Oh my god. Wait a minute. You're done, Kelb. That's it. It's over for you. You always talking shit. Just because I know you can take it, Dragor. And I know you can't. That's why I sandbag when I fight you. Shut up, you bitch. He did a form shift combo. True. He did do a form shift combo. I'm surprised he didn't hit me with that Taurus fist while he is at it. Dragar gonna do this. He'd be like, yo, I caught him. Hit him with the form shift. Hit him with the re-knockdown. Yo, fucking huge. I better relog that shit before I fucking accidentally do that shit. What is the damage on a Taurus Fist? 65% damage applied. 8k. So, I mean, I guess technically the damage of that isn't actually too bad. But man, oh man. There's so many better options, right? If you're looking for a re-KD, you could just use Piercing Thorn, which is actually more damage there. I'm pretty confident it's maybe slightly longer. You weren't bent over? Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys ever get that? You put your hands behind your head, you stretch back, you like pull your elbows as far back as possible to kind of stretch out your chest, and then all of a sudden you just feel like cracks straight up your back and in your chest. God, that feels so good. No maids available. Holy, what the fuck? But yeah, the biggest thing for me is I got to get used to the timing. I have to get used to the timing. Feels so off with that little attack speed. I think that lower attack speed too favors my playstyle, because I definitely do find myself being more reactive than proactive. And when people are moving slower, it makes it a lot easier to react to them. It's a lot of attack speed missing, right? Especially compared to what I'm used to with my Elkstone. I'm down like 10% attack speed on trials compared to what I'm used to. It's only 5%. Isn't it 7%? Because I don't think you have the attack speed crystals. Or did they add like the attack speed from Alucas into the gear? I don't remember actually. They gave the 2% on a weapon? Oh shit, okay, so I'm only down 8 then, not 10. I'm surprised they didn't do a trial Elkstone that has like all the Vel stats on it. Like without it being a buff effect, just an equip effect. Oh, somebody said in my guild chat, I don't know if this was in response to what I was saying, but he said that apparently the bracket is being announced tomorrow for NA. I don't know where he got that information or where that's posted. Yeah. Because once you know the brackets, right, where you fit on it, then you can start figuring out who, like if you want to be secretive about your playstyle or whatnot, you can figure out who you want to duel on the other side that you have the least likelihood of fighting, right? Yo, Mr. Septimus! Thank you very much for the raid, brother. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Shit, I actually gotta go AFK for a minute here. I'll be right back. Okie dokie, I'm back. I wish these spots were like Decia's lantern. Where there's like a sweet spot, right? Where you can go outside of range of the event and the mobs don't attack you, but you're close enough that it doesn't reset the event. It's so annoying that if you take any AFK at a wrong time. Missed a host? No, I thanked him before I left. And then I quickly went AFK. Give me some PvE demons on my side. It's gonna be interesting, right? Because like from the previous week to when the signups closed, the numbers spiked. So it makes you think that a lot of people probably signed up just to get a free bag. They might legit show up to the match and yeah, maybe even just throw it. Well, I don't know. I can't imagine people actually just throwing it, but you know, they obviously got to show up to get the rewards and play the match. But yeah, they might be PvE demons. That too, yeah. Like Danny, for example. I don't think there's a ton of tamers, and like as long as you don't get paired up with like Mamo or some of the other good tamers, I think most of them will probably be in the same boat as you. Just go there, have fun. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if something comes up, something comes up. Okay, fuck off. What is going on? I was legit thinking like 30 minutes ago, I got a can of tomato sauce in my cupboard. What can I do with that? I was trying to just think of some fun ideas, like chicken parm or something, blah, 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 right? My YouTube feed just recommended, like, posted a video, or showed a video, recommended a video of things to do with tomato sauce. I know I did not say that shit out loud. What the actual fuck? I definitely did not. I definitely did not, because it was like legit 5 minutes ago and I've just been playing. Welcome to the simulation, yeah. Maybe we are in a simulation. Oh, I could say just a good grinder. What time do you want to leave? 11? Okay, 25 minutes.
You're looking at the best gamer in history. Maybe ever. People are saying it.
That's huge.
I was sexually active at 9. Now it's 9:45, and my wrist is killing me.
Yeah, I'm not actually low on loot scrolls. There's so many different ways. I have how many loot scrolls here? 400. If I want to exchange those for them, I still gotta buy these. There's 9 more back. There's another 60 there. Nice, metal. Oh yeah, let's go. There we go. Going. It's going. I'm not sure, Sky. Chat. Care to jump in? Hello? Hello? Uh... Ooh. A new Crimson Desert video for when I get back. From IGN, yeah. Posted 21 hours ago. As soon as I get back, I got to go AFK here in about 5 minutes. As soon as we get back, we'll watch it together. By the way, Kanjara, you were right with Quinn. It was almost exactly an hour. But he ended up actually beating the boss. Gotta be back in a minute. See how the XP's been rolling on the warrior. Yeah, we're back. Okay, chat. I am back. Ooh, you guys ready for some Crimson Desert? You guys are ready for some Crimson Desert? Okay, let's get this all set up. Okay, get the audio on. Boom, boom. Yeah, let's check it out. Golden Star? Striker? Oh, wait. Did he just say Muskin? Muskin, yeah. Yo, go back a couple seconds. Are you talking about that? You talking about this? Yeah, this definitely gives off those vibes for sure. Yeah, I'm excited for this game. I think this game's gonna be so much fun. Oh my goodness. You mean like Crimson Desert? Yeah, that's exactly what Crimson Desert's supposed to be. Oh, goddamn the choke slam. Oh shit, he's ulting. yo, he getting fucking comboed. Getting fucking juggled. Okay. This fucker with his fucking shotgun. Lanford. Who is that character in Dragon? Wasn't it Land something or another? Land. Oh, I'm thinking of Lando. I was like, wait a minute, is this supposed to be Lando? But that's Lando, and he's a fox. Yeah, look at this fucker. Just spray and pray. Okay, watch out. He shot up for some reason. Yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness. Oh, the sweep kick into the slam. Yo, he's goddamn. Oh, what's he doing? He's channeling some energy. Yo, he's grabbing the bullets midair. Wait a minute. Did he just fucking use like telekinesis to grab those bullets and throw them back? Yo, that's what it looked like to me. He grabbing those bullets midair. Watch, see? He's like creating a vortex. He grabs them and bang at you, bitch. Yo, they hit him right in the wiener too. Did you see that? Look where they hit him. Look at this. Boom! Right in the wiener. Oh, he fights dirty. Yo, he jumped way up there. Oh, here comes the mortar. Okay, what's he doing now? Oh, a little thrust. Okay. The big ol' ape. We haven't really seen a whole lot of this fight other than him jumping off a wall. Oh, he's going ape shit. Oh, it's a perfect opportunity to stab him right in the booty. Hey, Ronan, you need to get PA to send me the collector's edition of this game. I'm gonna be playing the hell out of it. Hook a partner up. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's fucked up. Is he gonna slam his back on the ground? Yeah. Oh, I saw that coming. So there's gearing in this game, Dragor. Um, as you progress, you can get better armor and stuff. And I suspect that for the case of the demo, so people aren't constantly getting bodied, they probably just have the best armor, right, going through it. Okay, the big old grass beetle, or whatever it is. This fight looks kind of epic. Somebody needs to teach this IGN guy that he can fly around like Iron Man and land on his back with a rope and shit. This man's doing it the uncinematic way. If only what it was called was on screen. Yeah, like a stoneback crab or something, right? Probably the queen of them. Okay, here you go. Here's your chance. Show something. Lasso it, lasso it, lasso it, lasso it. Come on, hit it with your rope. God, you're so boring. Oh, this is actually the Red Fox boss. That's kind of weird. It doesn't look anything like a red fox. Yo, 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 your girl when I walk in the room. There we go. Finally a cinematic entrance. Oh my god. Smoked that pot right off his head. Damn. Knocked it the hell out. Okay. Ooh, little Hex Marie. Oh my goodness. This music's giving me some very serious Dune vibes right now. He's like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Oh my god, they're frozen. Smash them. Look at this. He's getting attacked by a bunch of junkies. Look at all these potheads. Look at all these potheads, chat. Okay. Oh. Oh my god, the blitz of crows. Put that in the stork montage. Yo, what is it? Yo, she getting big. They really are doing a good job at making these fights look epic. I hope they feel as epic as they look. Oh shit. Look at that, it's Dragor. Dragor's little ass. Yeah, yeah, that's Dragor all right. I'm 6'3". Not in my mind, you're not. And that's all that counts. Oh shit. What was that? Yeah, yeah. Actually, I didn't even notice that when yeah, even when the NPC gets close, the split horn here, they back up. They try to get away from the fight. That is a cool little like little details like that, right? They matter instead of walking through them and they just act like nothing's happening. It makes the environment feel more engaging, more alive. Yeah, look at that. Like how they back up there as soon as he gets knocked in there. That's actually cool. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, and there goes his crown. This was one of the very first bosses we ever saw them show. Based on what I've seen through a lot of these trailers, it's gonna have like that early Mega Man feel, right? Where you're like play through a campaign or whatnot, and then when you beat the boss, you get one of his powers, and then that's probably gonna be useful in a later boss, or maybe even critical for a later boss. And you know, you're slowly gonna be building up as you kill bosses, new and new powers. I could drop the link for this right after if you don't mind. Waiting. Okay. Eating some food. Oh shit. Ooh, a big old spinning slash and a jumping slash. This man's a warrior. Some forward slashes. Little war cry. Jump slash. Yo, shield strike. This guy has all the suck warrior abilities. Oh, saw his head off. Oh, he's pull him down by his antlers. Oh, this guy's cool. The Reed Devil. You know what his face kind of reminds me of though? Is those who are those guys off of like Mario? And they have just like that circular face to them. Reminds me of those guys. No, not Koopas. Maskas? Shy Guy? Kind of like Shy Guy, yeah. If I think correctly. If I'm remembering correctly. He got them ninja moves, this guy. I saw that. This is Crimson Desert's ninja. Oh, blinded him. You're not going to do it again? Again, do it. Do it. Blind him. There you go. There you go. See? Oh, oh. Which one's the real one? Which one's the real one? Oh, and the Yeti. Oh my goodness. No escape now. Where do you think you're going? You gotta fight, Mr. Whitehorn. No wonder why this Yeti is pissed. He out here living in the freezing cold, and his nips are fully exposed. Look at this. Nips fully exposed, and he's out here in the cold. I'd be pissed too. All the hair on your body, you couldn't put hair there too? It makes no difference, all four. If anything, that makes it worse, not better. Okay. Climbing up them? Oh, this reminds me of the first boss of PoE. PoE 2. The boss of Act 1. Where he's charging through the circle. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at that face. Ah! He's like a goat man or some shit. Oh my god, that's gotta hurt. That's the face my wife makes when I tell her to calm down. 100%. I'm surprised you're even brave enough to say that. Because it always has the exact opposite effect. I actually got to play this fight. I got to experience this fight. He may have pinned me up against the wall and comboed the fuck out of me a bunch of times. Dragor? Dragor. I swear to fucking God. All the ripples going through the water as they fight above it. What game? This is Crimson Desert. Yeah, pick it up. Hit him in the head. Yo, picked up the wrong one. He grabbed the one behind him. That's all right. It'll work. You guys should have had the bonk sound effect queued up. That was a perfect opportunity. You guys missed it. There we go. Okay. Oh, we've seen this guy.
That's a lot of damage!
This guy's gonna feel like fighting like a Suck Nova, but instead of melee pawns, it has ranged pawns that are 10 times bigger than the normal guy. Oh. Killed by his own minion. And then Golden Star. I don't know if we're gonna get to see him jump again. There you go. Grab the EMP bullet. Yeah. Hit him with the EMP. Pull out that hand cannon. No, getting juggled. Yeah, this is the same footage we already saw. This is exactly the same. This is from the previous 2 videos, actually. There we go. Boom! There he goes, falling. I don't know if there's a button to cover your ears. I've noticed a few of these bosses, when they roar, they stun you. Okay. Well, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Yeah. The Archer noises, PTSD, or Ranger? Yeah. Oh, shit. I accidentally closed the video. 1 second, I'll get you the link. There we go. I closed the tab, but I found it. Good thing for the history. Oh, it's nighttime right now, eh? I just noticed I was getting chunked. So? I was walking away from that guy. How big is their AoE? I was moving to the next. I thought I was plenty far away from them. Woof. Those attacks hurt at nighttime. How's the grind going, everybody? Sorry, I've been kind of just in the zone. A Kabua raw drop? How much are those now? Are they still min price? Hey, that's not too bad then. Looks like the market dried up or maybe I'm thinking of not Kabuas. Maybe I was thinking of the Flames of Despair, or Flames of whatever the flame is out there. Resonance. Is the Flame of Resonance still min price? Oh, lots, yeah. Are those flames or embers listed? Flames. Wow. That is a lot. Yeah. Yeah. If you're gonna have such a tightly restricted market that has like ceilings and especially floors, then you should have a vendor price associated with every item that's like less than the market floor, but enough that it doesn't just become a paperweight that's taking up storage space. Yep. Yeah, exactly. It should vendor for the equivalent that the Embers vendor for. Yo, what's up, Miss Lily? I don't know if I still have like embers and stuff. Yeah. I haven't grinded that place since Adani has come out, and I still have 5 embers sitting at min price. Yeah, it's something that's going to take time to get used to. I actually don't mind it that much. But I'm also not trying to sell them every single day. I typically wait, and at the end of the week, then I sell them. They definitely need to refine the system. Instead of having to pull it into your main inventory to then do alchemy, you should be able to do it from the separate inventories. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, when you open up the Simple Alchemy window, like, you should be able to click, like, for one, like, it immediately... You click Simple Alchemy, right? You should be able to click on this tab, so you can grab, like, 2 things from here, and then grab your thing from there. Like, that's such lazy implementation that already isn't in the initial shipped product, considering how important Simple Alchemy is to your day-to-day activities. That's a lack of quality control that's happening there. When something gets shipped like that and the person who's making it doesn't immediately realize the inconvenience this new system immediately brings and how easily it can be resolved. It's like you can already, like, you can click the Pearl window, right? You can tap, you can go through these. So why can't you grab from these other 2, right? That's laziness right there. That's a lack of quality control. Because any player, you give them this system for 30 minutes, and they immediately get annoyed by that. Immediately. Every single one of you probably have already been immediately annoyed by this new system and your inability to do any processing from this window. So now you got to move it out of the window first to do something. And any type of quality control, if it were happening on PA's side, would have immediately identified that. And they could have got that addressed before it got shipped out. That is a clear lack of quality control. Uh-oh, what's this, Dragor? Oh my god. Guess we're getting a new dance though. Yeah, not being able to buff in the Black Shrine. Like, how long has the Black Shrine been out now? That is so inconvenient. Either A, balance it around not having buffs, period, or B, let us use buffs in there. And if the whole reason why you don't want people to use buffs in there is because people could use a pure Blackstone, who cares if somebody gets a crazy time for 1 week? Yo, what's up, Pete? What about the fact that they still don't have a spectating mode for Solar yet? Do they not realize that this game, your community could advertise the game for you if they had a way to spectate and set up proper custom matches? Like, there are so many people in the community that would immediately start running tournaments. And it would be just free advertisement for Pearl Abyss. Just allow a spectator into the custom games. One minute locked in on Node War servers, yeah. Well, that serves an actual purpose, right? They don't want people jumping into the BA and jumping out and using that as a means to try to ambush or whatever. But it doesn't serve the purpose very well. I don't mind them adding new emotes and stuff. Dances and animations and stuff like that I think are fun. I think those are good. I have no issue with those. Hey, what's up, cats? Welcome back. I would rather them move to monetizing the game through cosmetics. I think the vast majority of the population would much prefer that than gacha boxes. So, I hope that maybe this is a slippery slope to them realizing how much they could earn through cosmetics. As long as they aren't character bound, yeah, it is super annoying that a lot of these dances are bound to the specific character you get them on. I would rather them charge more. Like, instead of charging $2 for a dance, charge $20, but make it account bound. Right? Make it affect every class. Yeah, you don't need to collect them all. You just pick your favorite. Most people would pick their favorite one. They would swipe. They would get their emote, and that'd be it. And then there would be a bunch of people out there who are willing to collect them all. They don't mind spending $20 for each. Like I said, and I speak for the community, the vast majority of people, you ask them, would you rather PA monetize the game through cosmetics or through gacha boxes? And they're going to say cosmetics, not even fucking close. It's going to be like a 99-1. And the 1% will be the people who actually wail for progression. PA? Yeah, they obviously are. And they don't realize this slippery slope they're going down. We've seen this pattern amongst mobile games and other MMOs, and all it does is lead to their demise. So. And yeah, at this point, I don't think there's who knows? Maybe Crimson Desert will come out. Maybe they're doing this because Crimson Desert got delayed. And they're trying to, you know... A lot of people, when they take a look at the quarterly revenue for Pearl Abyss, they see it in the negative. And they don't realize that most companies and corporations actually try to run unprofitable. Because if you're investing your profits into future ventures, it no longer counts as profit. And now you don't have to pay tax on that money. So if just having an extra, $1 million in your company bank account, or taking that $1 million and investing it into the future of your company and not having to pay tax on that money, the choice is obvious. So a lot of companies will try to balance their investment into the future of their company with their profits, so it looks like they're not making a lot of money. That being said, though, they're still not... Well, maybe they're just starting to generate revenue on Crimson Desert, because now you can actually start pre-ordering it. But it'll be interesting to see once Crimson Desert launches and we get that quarterly report afterwards that includes the Crimson Desert release, how much that investment paid off for them. I wonder what will happen if Crimson fails. I genuinely don't think Crimson Desert is going to fail. Based off of what I've played and what I've seen, I think it's going... it's got some stiff competition for the Game of the Year, and I think even if GTA wasn't coming out at the same time, I don't anticipate it being Game of the Year. But I do think it is going to be a heck of a lot of fun to play. I'm at the point where I don't see it being a failure. Your gameplay changes based on the weapon you have. As you go through and kill bosses, you unlock more weapons, more styles, and you can play how you want to play based on what you've unlocked. That's what it showed through the trailers. What's up, Scum? PoE League? Nah, I don't really play PoE 1. I enjoy PoE 2 more. Oh yeah, so back to my point, I got all distracted there talking about company financials. So yeah, when people see like Pearl Abyss looking unprofitable, they think that it's doomed. And Pearl Abyss is dumping a ton of... You gotta realize, they don't have a massive revenue stream from anything else. Eve and Black Desert Mobile and Black Desert Console, like, they're some very small portions of revenue. Black Desert is their main source of revenue, but they're trying to secure their future as a gaming company, and they're dumping a ton of money into products like DokeV, Crimson Desert, Project 8 or whatever it's called, and they're trying to become more than just a one-trick pony, right? And I think that's really good on them, right? If they want to be responsible to their company, their shareholders, and their employees, they need to become more than just a one-trick pony, just a one-game company. Because BDO will eventually die. There will eventually be a replacement. And if you have all of your eggs in one basket, and you wait until something else is coming and eating away at your player base, by then the ship's already sailed. You don't have time to go through the whole development process and creativity process to quickly capture that player base back before they get fully cannibalized, or not cannibalized, but eaten, right? Ideally, you cannibalize your own game if you were to make like a BDO 2. So PA is trying to get the jump on it. They're trying to get to the point where, yeah, if BDO eventually, when BDO eventually, you know, starts to deplete, they'll still have other IPs generating the money, right? That's very clearly what their aims are. I hope when BDO dies, some good company gets their hands on it. Yeah. How's that worked for any other game? How'd that work for Arcade? Shit. Yeah. By then, the goose is cooked. How many times has Arcade changed hands and people are like, oh my god, this is the one, this is the time, Arcade is saved. Oh, fuck me.
I am going in, like I am Zethion.
What's up, Averona? So they can guard this egg with their life. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is people will come out with a bigger and better egg eventually. They will eventually. Inevitable. Can they hurry up? MMOs are a very, very risky endeavor. It's not like just an arena shooter where you develop a few characters to start and a couple maps and, you know, you let people rip, right? Maybe try to introduce something new, but in general it's the same as any other arena shooter. MMOs, right? You need to create a whole world. You need to create backstory for the character, for the world as well. Oh, look at it. Look at the LOD back there. Goddamn. You got to develop an early game that captures your audience, but you also want to really have like a good end-game gameplay loop and progression through it. MMOs are really tough and really expensive to just get started, just for the vast majority of them to flop. Because you can't just copy what's out there either, because... like, let's say you made a fantastic MMO, but if it just ends up being a WoW clone, then the main people that your main target audience is a community of people who are already settled in a game. Why would they go play a WoW clone when they could just keep with their communities playing WoW, right? For example. And that's why we've seen so many WoW clones die. There was some MMO recently, can't remember the name, peaked at 200 users. Oh my god. And that's another risky thing too. Sorry, kind of off that point, but the development process of MMOs, because it is so much more elaborate, it takes so much more time. And you could be like 80% of the way through the development process, and then all of a sudden a different MMO comes out, and they have like 90% of what you have, but they just happen to be out first. Or the market completely shifts, and like maybe there was some original interest in your game when you started the development or when you're in the early development, but by the time you release, the whole community is completely shifted to a completely different genre of games or style of games. You can't exactly just all of a sudden redo everything in your game. MMOs are just a super dangerous... I mean, you don't need me to tell you this. You have a graveyard over the last 2 decades of MMOs that have died for all of these reasons I've just listed. Yo, what's up, John? Paying this guy to talk was a mistake. Shut up, Drager. Yeah, you come here every goddamn day just to listen to me yap. Just to listen to me yap. Ugh. I'm Dragor's Frosty from Temu. Frosty quit streaming, so Dragor's like, fuck, I guess I gotta watch Zethian now. What happened to Frosty? Oh, busy with his IRL stuff, right? He had a baby almost a year ago now. And staying focused on that. I respect it. I'm less bald. Yeah. I'll be honest. Bald goes... I mean, I guess I've never seen Frosty with hair, but I think it suits him. I think bald fits him quite well. He looks intentionally bald, whether it's intentional or not. I feel like I don't quite have the head shape for being bald. I feel it looks off on me. When I was in high school, I used to shave my head. I wouldn't like take it all the way down with like a razor. I'd just do a buzz cut. But I did a buzz cut with a goatee for maybe 2 years. Time's death, it's time. It's time for what? You thought streaming was his job? No. Streaming was definitely something Frosty just did on the side. There's no reason to be so melodramatic, Averona. You do realize you just perpetuate your feelings more as you vocalize them. You gotta stay out of your head, fella. He was full-time? Like full-time streaming? Huh. Guess it's been so long I didn't remember. I thought streaming was just kind of like a side... I was going to say side passion, but... Sorry, side hustle, but I think it was just a side passion. But I guess not. I wonder if he's doing the stay-at-home dad thing. Yeah, he is for now? Yeah, okay. Well, I find that very relatable. I know what he's going through, and I understand why he's not streaming. That shit is, especially with the newborn. And there's a very, very high likelihood that, you know, when you have one child, that, like, shortly a year after, the second one gets lined up, and then a year after that, the third one gets lined up. Because you realize, right, all of the systems, all of the habits are now in place. And it's not like when you have a second child, the amount of work doubles. It barely actually goes up at all. Because it's just the same routines, just now with two. Well, I don't know, his wife is older than you. How old is Frosty? I always thought he was around the same age as me. He's 52? 38? See, he's not that much younger than me. That's like 3 years. What the hell? How old's his wife? My wife's older than me. $42? Hey, my wife's 42. Wait a minute. Am I Frosty? Imagine that. one day I look in the mirror and I realize my whole life that I've been here rocking with a split personality. And I've been living two lives. The City Walk guy from South Park. Is there an episode like that? I haven't seen that. That sounds great. City Walk. Yeah, I know the guy you're talking about. That's hilarious, though. Oh, fuck. My favorite character by far for South Park, though, is Randy. What's the bank looking like? Not much has really changed. Less silver, but more other things. I got over 5 trill worth of stuff. Actually, maybe closer to 6 trill. You should go try it out, Sleebe. I don't think there really is a right answer. If you end up enjoying, like, a lot of it'll depend on your class too, right? Some classes can grind harder spots and still be comfy. Some classes can't. Depends how much effort and focus you're also willing to put in. You're certainly at an AP level that's sufficient enough to come grind here if you want to. So, I say give it a try, right? You shouldn't need somebody to hold your hand and tell you what you enjoy in a game and what you don't enjoy. Just come and do it. If you enjoy it, stay. If you don't, then don't. Have a sense of adventure, fella! Shit, I didn't even know that was a command.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do skip
Yo, thank you so much for the resub. Find it very flattering when you guys find my content worthy enough to resub. Even more so than the initial sub. The initial sub, I'm like, oh shit. Did I fool them? Did they think it's worth it? But then when you guys resub, it's like, god damn, maybe they do think it's worth it.
Have you ever had a dream?
Oh my goodness, Jelly Faucet. Thank you very much for that prime sub. I know, right? I'm not even like a proper like busker or something like that. I ain't putting on a show. I ain't sitting here actually playing good music or singing or pretending to be a statue or anything. I'm just fucking sitting here with a cup out. You guys are listening to me yap. Oh my god. It's Mr. Skeptic. You lack motion? You lack motion, twin? I mean, I certainly can't salsa anywhere near as good as Mr. Skeptic can. My body just don't move that way anymore. Imagine you took a stick man and tried to get him to salsa. That's me. Yeah, type in !! Sage Guide. Etsu. I have a lot of viewers. Yeah, but not a lot of talkers. Wake up, chat. Nah, I got a lot of people who pop in here and then they go to work. I got a lot of people who are probably grinding. They don't want to die to mobs. A lot of people lurking. I think in BDO too, I think there's a lot of people that maybe don't speak like a streamer's language and they just lurk, right? They're just watching. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people who are just here to listen to the music too. They probably hate when you guys start talking to me because then it's me talking over the music. I don't really speak Canadian at all. Shut up. It's true, I haven't heard him say A once. My talking is like music. Oh my goodness. I don't like typing. Me neither. That's actually one of the main reasons why I stream and why I choose to, like, when I communicate with people, to just go on Discord and talk with them. Typing fucking sucks, man. It's so much effort.
Hate this too?
You think I hate that too? Probably. You know what they probably hate even more? The Discord sound. People's anxieties start going crazy when they think they're getting a call on Discord. They're like, oh fuck, who's trying to talk to me? God damn it, I wasn't ready for this. Yeah.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Yeah, the little bleep. Yeah. Bleep. Bleep. I find that so annoying too, Etsu, when I'm in somebody else's stream and they get a message on Discord and they don't have that shit in streamer mode. And then I go searching through my Discord trying to find where that fucking sound was, and then I eventually realize it was from their stream. Holy, that pisses me off. That's just too annoying. I was only selected once for the castle fight. I did all the heavy lifting, I killed everybody else, and then ended up losing to fucking choice. Choked up. Etsu, Ronan ignored me earlier when I said this. You guys need to give your most loyal Perlibus partner, Zethian, a collector's edition copy of Crimson Desert. Me too, bye. What the... After all we've been through? I know. I am so sad that I didn't get to go to that, but I'm also so happy that I didn't go to that. Because I was so dead the next day because of having to spend the next 20 fucking 8 hours in a goddamn airport.
Emotional damage.
If I would have just powered through and went to that dinner and didn't go back to the hotel and just go to bed early, holy, I don't know if I would have made it. Oh. Run it back, yeah. I don't know. That I got PTSD of that airport experience. You don't love LAX? Actually, it wasn't that bad there. The reason why my flight got canceled is how that flight works, right? Is they have two crews. They have a crew in LA and they have a crew in Toronto, right? For that direct flight. And then half of each of their shift is flying to the one location, and the other half is flying back, and then that's their day. So what happened early that day is the Toronto flight that was supposed to head to LA got delayed because there was a bunch of storms around Toronto at that time in the morning. So that flight got delayed 3 hours leaving Toronto. And because it got delayed leaving Toronto for 3 hours, it made me miss my next connecting flight. And I had to spend overnight in the airport. And there wasn't enough time. It was like, by the time I got there, it was like 8 hours to the next flight. And because it was such a short period of time, they didn't even give me like a hotel room. It was basically, yeah, just find somewhere to kill some time. At least if the flight was like maybe a day later, they would have hooked me up with a hotel and I just would have had a free night in Toronto. That wouldn't have been so bad either. Why is that frog mounting that tree? Maybe it's a tree frog. True. Wait a minute. Yo, my bad. Man, somebody just asked me for a link to something, and I was like, I'm gonna rickroll their ass. So I went and I got the rickroll. I even made a tiny URL so they wouldn't recognize the link. And I dumped it into Discord for him, and then immediately the thumbnail pops up of the rickroll. I'm like, you fucking, god damn it, totally ruined. Now he's not gonna click it! Oh my god, I hate this embedding bullshit. Ruining all the fun of the internet. Nice try, Grandpa. Shut up. Yeah, same thing with Awakened Sage. It got nuked. Class is down bad. It's so awful. Can't believe anybody would play it anymore. LOL. You gotta remember, that's how the community is. The flavor of the month community that just goes from whatever's strongest to the next. Anything that makes that class actually lose its free power. All of a sudden, people are like, oh, it's nuked. It's over. On to the next. My Guardian's new outfit? What do you mean, new outfit? I've had that outfit since last Halloween. That's the old Halloween outfit, Dragor. That's not the new one. I would argue that the new one is a downgrade over the old one. At least on Guardian. Wrong. You don't keep up with Gooner outfits on female characters. Put that shit on a Zerker, Shit. I bet you just run around in beast mode on Zerker leaping around so you can see him cheeked up. You have never bought a Zerker outfit? Exactly my point. Zerk doesn't need an outfit, and its ass is out. Thanks for confirming. I bet you zoom in on that Zerk's ass and you get your nose so close to the screen you're wishing your nose hairs got tangled with his ass hairs. Wait, Hunler actually has 5 million mobs killed. Oh my god, Dragor. You died typing that? Oh no. It's funny, you can always tell who's racing the type while grinding because there's like so many fuck ups in the message, but you don't have time to backspace and fix. You just type it as quick as possible and hit enter, let that shit rip.
Oh, Mr. Etsy Wetsy, my community needs managing right now.
What? That's actually sweet though, Kinjara. That bot is sweet. That's perfect for free for all. I'm gonna make for dinner tonight. I got chicken thighs pulled out. I don't know what I want to do with them yet. Yeah, you can always tell it's Averona based off of how he types. As soon as he spends 90% of his time talking about himself, and you know it's immediately him. And the emotes, that too. Yeah. Yo, Cowboy, you here? What did you sign up as, by the way, for the tournament? Why do I keep talking to him when he's here? Not here? Because he might be here. He messaged me on Discord. That usually means he's here. We've got to spend more time looking outward. Just focus on the things that you want to do. Instead of spending so much time worrying about where you are. The habit. Everything is a habit. You don't realize how quickly you can change your habits if you put a bit of effort into it. You made that habit, you could break it. People typically don't want to go to a stream just to listen to somebody talk about how shitty they think their life is. We all got shitty things going on in our life, you know? We're here to enjoy video. An internet dive bar? I think a lot of streams probably are, right? Sometimes the bartender is nice to look at. Sometimes not so much. Oh, yo, speaking of that girl, you said she showed up at one of your gigs recently. Whatever happened with that anyways? Was it a coincidence, or is she playing this tug-of-war right now with your heart and you don't know what's going on? Playing tug-of-war? Not worth the time then. Is she playing games? You know what that typically means, Dragor? It means she has someone else, and I hope this... You probably already realize this. I'm just going to say it. She probably has someone else that she's more interested in, but that isn't a sealed deal, so you're the backup. And she's keeping you on a leash, so you don't go somewhere else, just in case she has to fall back on you. And don't be someone's backup. You're worth more than that. The vicious cycle too, because whoever she's interested in is probably doing the same thing to her, right? But that doesn't mean that you should accept it and be someone's backup. You don't think it's the case, but it's definitely possible. Yeah, it definitely, it's not a guaranteed thing, and you would know better, right? There's obviously nuance in other situations, but... But definitely, if you do get any hint that that's the case, don't be someone's backup. Because then that means they might... Even if that falls through... If they find themselves settling, that means there could be someone new down the road that all of a sudden they drop you for. And you don't need that in your life. You don't need somebody wasting years of your time. Because they're afraid of being alone, so they always have a backup on hand. How many rotations at Tenebrom is considered good? All of them. Yeah, just definitely don't leave any rotations behind. If you do all of them, that's pretty good. I don't know actually how many cycles you should be doing at Tenebrom. More relationship advice for everybody too is you'll find that the sooner you stop looking for a relationship and just start pursuing fun and what you enjoy in your own life will be you actually finding a relationship quicker. Because instead of focusing on it and being awkward about it and, you know, overanalyzing every situation that you're deeming as a potential relationship, you'll end up just living your life and start doing things you enjoy. And then you'll end up eventually bumping into somebody who's also doing the things they enjoy, which happens to overlap with the things you enjoy. And you'll actually be much more likely to form a proper connection with somebody that has similar interests. Instead of it being forced because you're both in a bar trying to fill a void in your life that you don't know actually what exactly it is you're filling. You think it's a relationship. That's Cat. Well, not in my experience, but maybe I was lucky. I don't know about that. When you take a look at the way women date, they normally date up in age. A lot of people who get stuck in get into relationships when they're younger end up getting stuck in the relationship because they're irresponsible and end up getting pregnant, and now they're locked into a relationship that, you know, they otherwise probably wouldn't have been involved in if it wasn't for their hormones pushing them into those bad decisions. I think you're actually at the prime age that you know what you want in life. You're a lot more comfortable with your position in it, like your own place. You're not still trying to find yourself. I mean, you're always going to discover more about yourself, but I think, like, your character is largely developed now. Yeah. And that's the thing too. Yeah, exactly that. Right? Is she's still trying to find herself. She's still trying to figure things out, and you're part of that process. And you don't want to be part of that process. You actually just want to find, like, you're looking for stabilizing another part of your life, right? So unfortunately, you're the prime age that girls who are still trying to figure out who they are and where they are, you're the prime age of men that they're churning through in that process. So unfortunately, you're being put through the ringer of mind games that they might not even be intentionally playing. Anyways, BDO, yeah, BDO, beat these frogs up. Nothing like a good old frog beating. Are they frogs or toads or something? There's some differentiating factor between a frog or a toad. But you got like the little baby ones. I guess these are meant to be like the, what are those things called? Not minnows. That's a fish. What is it when a frog kind of looks like a giant sperm before it grows legs and shit? Tadpole, thank you. So I think the little things are meant to be kind of like tadpoles. And then you got the bigger frog, and then you got the giant frog. And then for some reason, the Shadow Knights are out here trying to suck the essence out of them. Yeah, the reason why I asked you earlier, Huntler, how many mobs you killed is I was having a discussion about like how I don't understand how some people have played this game for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years and they are still gearlets. Keep your rod in the water, do your weeklies, like the bare minimum effort, and you can be reasonably geared. Maybe you don't have deck weapons, but your weapons will be high enough. You'll be geared enough that you can kill anybody. So I just don't understand how anybody can complain about gear, unless you're like actually like a brand new player that just started. Obviously. You're like the perfect example of somebody who just logs in, spends most of his time PvPing, keeps his rod in the water, does his weeklies, and that's it. And you're quite geared. Get RNG carried? Is that it? Was Huntler RNG carried? I actually don't know how his luck went. Maybe he is carried. Maybe he's a bad example. Maybe I'll make like some chicken parmesan tonight, but with chicken thighs. I've never made chicken parm with chicken thighs. I'll usually take like a chicken breast, I'll cut it horizontally to thin it out. I'll beat the fuck out of it with a mallet, season it, bread it, etc. I've never done it with a chicken thigh though. Is Huntler that geared? He's reasonably geared. He's got his full Adonia armors. He has, I think, full deck accessories. He has maybe Oct weapons. Like, he doesn't have the... Maybe Nov weapons? I don't know if you're Nov. Oh, so he does have Nov weapons, yeah. So, like... I mean, aside for the silver investment in the deck weapons, I think he technically outgears me because he has more gear score through his armors. But obviously, in terms of actual cost, deck weapons is where the gap is, right? Rod in the water, yeah. Oh, I got a little pumpkin beating my ass. Is Don Skeptic talking to me? What the hell's going on? What is that? Oh, that's a song. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why do I not remember that? I've heard that song so many times. Why do I not remember that at the end of the song? Yeah, I imagine it would be. I just don't understand. I must always tune it out. BP, I'm so mad. I went through all the effort. I got the Rickroll video. I made a tiny URL of it, thinking that maybe it wouldn't. Then you wouldn't recognize it. I fucking dropped that in the DM, thinking I'm being all clever. I'm gonna get this bitch, and then all of a sudden the fucking embedding shit pops up. I see Rick Astley there's fuck. Totally ruined the whole thing, and I had to put effort into that too. By the way, what class did you sign up for, Cowboy? For the tournament? Mystic? Okay, okay. Is it a free bag for Mystic? Was there over 32? Or is there the possibility you get selected? There is over 32? Okay. So there's just a chance. It's actually not guaranteed. I don't know how they're going to decide who gets placed in the bottom 32, but it's not like guaranteed that half the people don't get it. Maybe they'll go based on time played on that class. So if anybody just recently made that class, then they'll be the ones that are more likely to be put in the bottom, which would probably be the best way to do it, because they're the ones who are more likely trying to get a free bag, right? I don't think gear score works, because you could have been high gear score and then you just sign up with another character to try to get the free bag on a different class that you have no intention on playing, but you're planning on just showing up just to try to get the free bag, right? I think they should go by time played. Although I guess technically on the class you sign up with, it's a trial character, so you probably won't have a ton of time played on it. And you could actually buy the ticket on any character, so maybe they can't do that. Unless they cross-reference which trial character you signed up with the, how many hours played on your main... I don't know. Who knows? They'll probably just randomize that shit. Hopefully it's not alphabetical. Well, I guess it doesn't matter for Sage. There isn't over 32 Sages. But if that shit were alphabetical, I'd be cooked. Years on Awakened Wizard? No. The first... Beefy Pounder, I think. The first character I ran into him on, he was on Tamer. And then there was like Mystic. And he's played a bunch of classes since then, but I think those are the first two I remember him playing. He'd remember better than I do what he's played. I think the first time I encountered him in game, though, he was, I think he came out to fuck with my Guardian at Centaurs while he was on his tamer. If I remember correctly. On Suxork, yeah. The main era of BDO is whatever era you were most into the game, and that changes for everybody. There's a lot of people who would consider the Orca versus Lakari the main era, but ultimately that is completely relative. What you consider the main era is going to be relative to when you were playing and most invested into the game, and that's going to change from person to person. A good example of the relativity of that, too, is like if you're like an OG player, like way back before, like just shortly after the servers merged and before they merged, right? You have a very, you know, there's some names from back then that new players now just don't even remember and don't exist. But like if you played long enough back then, like a good example of that is if you ask Neptunes, for example, who he considers all the OG Meiwas. The fact that he doesn't mention Feeds, who was the Meiwa for like the first, 2 years of the game, shows that like he's just from a completely separate era, right? And that doesn't mean that he's wrong for not mentioning him. It's just, it's all relative to like when you have played the game. Same thing for like Warriors, right? And there's not a lot of new Warriors these days that'll remember a name like Gaiken, for example. They'll remember some of the most popular ones, like Hands, obviously, right? But they won't remember Trey. They won't remember Joey Macaroni. They won't remember Gaiken. Because they just weren't around when those guys were, you know, more popular. No, they won't remember the milk bags. Hey, Milkbag was the RBF warrior. You went into RBF, there was a 99% chance Milkbag was in there. right? Or what about Blacksea, right? He was one of the back when everybody was dooming about how down bad Awakened Witch was in like 1v1. Blacksea was out there putting in the reps, and you know, yeah, the class was at a disadvantage in a lot of 1v1s, but goddamn, he'd make you work for it still. But yeah, back to my point, right? What can people consider the main error of the game is just relative to when they were more invested into the game. And people always look at the past through rose-tinted glasses too, right? Focusing on the good times. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm thinking of like the dueling meta. Remember back? Potions were banned. You're not allowed to use potions in 1v1s. Witches, wizards, and especially Velks loved that rule. Absolutely loved that rule. You know what rule I have for 1v1s? Don't hold back. If you hold back, that's on you. That's not on your opponent. Pop whatever you have at your disposal. Use what you have at your disposal. It's not their responsibility to put up safety guards for you. My loot scroll ran out? Yeah, this is the last pack I'm doing anyways. I don't really feel like popping it just for the AFK phase. Speaking of which, I should turn these off. Peep this. Oh god, I am not clicking that because that is totally going to be a rickroll. I am not letting you get me after I failed to get you. I refuse. Oh my god. Wait, are you him? Look at that. Look at that. Boom! And then look at the way you jumped to that other cliff. Why can't Divine Executioner move like that? I swear to God. Also, why is the brooch on my outfit orange? Who did that? Is that the default color of it? No? Oh, wait. But his horse ain't. I swear the game runs like ass when it's on low. I think all the LOD bullshit drives me nuts. Bonecock socks probably are rocks from all the fucking mess he's putting into them every night. November 24th, that's when you go back out to sea? I guess I could have just moved them straight to the storage from there. I didn't need to put them in my inventory first. Oh shit, I had another one of those in there. Oh shoot, I actually still have this crap in there too. Wait, what? Did it really go in there? Of course it did. Another item. I gotta remember that goes in there. Oh my god. What's in that barrel anyways? Oh my god, it's a potion! Oh, you know what I didn't do? I did not grab my crop bag. Okay, chat, thank you for hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We're headed out of here now. I gotta go pick up my daughter. I'm gonna go try to do a little bit of dinner prep before I go grab her. Thank you guys for hanging out today. We will be back tomorrow. Same Sage time, same Sage channel. Where has that rat in Aurelio been? Ever since Deadeye got nerfed, he's been hiding. Fucking hiding. Give us our goddamn content. We want to hear you mauled. He better go live tomorrow when those nerfs hit. I want to see him. Hi, you know what? I'm gonna send you guys over to Mr. Saint. Thanks for hanging out, though, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow.